Guys, good morning, good morning. Sorry about the technical difficulties earlier. The stream went through a bit of an update. Very struggling. But we're back in the swing of things here, and there's two positions on the go. I am short AVGO at 1719.15, long XOM at 110. Long XOM, my next ad level on XOM is 109.50 if need be. And then my final entry on AVGO is at 1740. Few things is that you do have some strength across the board in semiconductor land because of AVGO. But the market is definitely very extended beyond belief. You look at the SOXS, and it's had now another gap down. It looks like it's getting exhaustion. You know, 2 gap downs off of a 3-bar surge to a low, heavy volume. I could see the QQQ reversing and going negative. I mean, if the market is shaping up to take and follow the Russell 2000's price action, the Russell's under a lot of pressure right now. But if granted, you have strength in Tesla, Apple, NVDA, AVGO, and the semiconductor complex. You do have some individual semis showing some weakness today through the likes of AMD, TSM. Regional banks are suffering right now. I'm getting a big spike in the Dixie, guys. Take a look at this big spike in the Dixie at the moment. Boom, look at that candle right now. That should influence the QQQ market in some sort of way at this point. So a really big spike in the Dixie is applying pressure to the equity markets in the near, should apply pressure. You're certainly seeing it hit the Russell. QQQ staying incredibly strong. So Qs are staying incredibly strong right now. NVIDIA did see a hard volume rejection. It was about a 1% candle rejection off of its pre-market high a few minutes ago. Since then firmed up. Apple still staying buoyant. Microsoft staying buoyant. Google struggling a little bit here, down about 1% on the session. AVGO pushing right back up. Nat Gas trying to take a little bit of a breather, falling a little bit here in the near term. So our position on XOM is now green, guys. Our position on XOM is now green. Again, we have an XOM long and a AVGO short. So my XOM average here is at 110 on the day trade, and I'm thinking we can look for a press to that prior day low, which is at least 110.54. It is being sold into right now with potentially some S&P weakness. Looking at the sectors as a whole, there is some weakness today in the market. You actually have the majority of sectors red except for XLK, XLRE, and XLU. So every single sector in the S&P is red except for 3, and XLK is really the only sector that's showing some strength today. Again, I do think that this market can get faded. Guys, I just took a 473 put expiring June 14th at 45 cents. Energy stocks still struggling a touch here. We are seeing the SOXS definitely firming up off of the lows, but still got quite a ways to go before these semis see a healthy pullback. XOM falling here. Again, my final entry on XOM is 109.50. That's my final entry, still holding AVGO. QQQ seeing a bit of sell side pressure. Apple starting to come in a touch here, guys. Yeah, guys, I'm still holding my Tesla short. I did take a loss yesterday on half the position, decided to swing half it overnight, and I'm underwater on it big time. But you know what? This type of pay package, really, when you think about it, I mean, is it bullish for Elon Musk? I think it's just a lot of money that now Tesla's going to have to fork out here. Obviously, it's extra incentive and motivation for Elon Musk, but I still think that there's a chance that Tesla comes lower here. So I'm still holding some shares short, but obviously I'm underwater. I took about a $900 loss. Still riding about a $700 loss on the day trade. So definitely not a nice trade on my end. Apologies about that one. But there's still a chance that this market gets faded. We're seeing the Qs coming in sharply and ferociously here. SOXS is starting to uptick here. Again, we're flat on XOM. We're green on AVGO. SOXS is trying to turn the corner here, guys. Don't be surprised if these markets go red. The S&P following the Russell. Will the Qs follow the S&P? QQQ is trying to set up here for a bit of a potential little bearish breakdown here, but still holding strength. It's above prior day high. Is it extended beyond belief? Absolutely. But definitely some sell side pressure hitting some individual semis. You know, AMD now down 1%. ARM is still holding steady at the moment. Alibaba getting wrecked today. All right, guys, XOM is starting to push up for us. The IWM is pretty much at the low of day right now, down 0.75%. Guys, take a look at our XOM trade. That's starting to try to put in a bit of a reversal. Oil, again, still very, very strong. Nat gas is trying to turn the corner here. Potential head and shoulders here on AVGO Broadcom. Potential head and shoulders on AVGO Broadcom here, guys. So funny about Broadcom is they only beat their revenue by just over 400 million there, but yet they had a, what was it, a 16% gap up, which results in tens of billions of dollars. Actually, no, it would be more. It'd be well over 100 billion that inflowed into AVGO Broadcom. I know one of the viewers here, congrats to Mindfulness Meditation. He obviously took some calls on Broadcom, which was a beautiful trade on his part. But it's just a matter of securing profits. You need to take profits in this market because it can take it away from you pretty quickly, as we've seen. Amazon catching a really big bid. Microsoft, Apple starting to come in. Let's flip back to the Qs, guys. So the Qs are seeing a little bit of selling here, guys. A little bit of selling. Again, very similar pattern on Broadcom and the Qs at the moment. Getting a little bit of a bearish crossover of the MAs here. Let's see if we're resulting in some lower price action. LVGN making a move off support. Let's look at LVGN for you. Look at the S&P, guys. This market, I think, is going to gap and crack. we're going to do the old gap and crack, guys. So just be careful. Whenever they gap things up, stocks typically have a tendency to go deeply red. Let's just flip back to the Qs for now. QQQ breaking down here, guys. Let's look at LGVN. Yeah, strong name, looking to press, but be careful with this. High, lower high, lower high. Seems to me that it's being sold into with the overall market here, guys. So look at the SOX. Let's go. Again, I'm long XOM, short Broadcom AVGO. It's an expensive stock, Broadcom. XOM's making a nice move here, guys. QQQ, potential trigger of this little head and shoulders formation. You're getting a short-term crossover of your moving averages here. I'm just going to erase those because it makes the chart a little bit messy. So at the moment, Tesla's still surging. NVIDIA up 3, Apple up 0.6, QQQ up 0.71. SPY's almost negative, guys. So the divergence between the SPY and the Qs are only getting bigger right now. SPY has gone negative. Look at SOXS. It's trying to put in a bit of a reversal candle here off the lows. I'm seeing SOXS going green today. I'm seeing SPY going negative. Broadcom's breaking down here, guys. We are short and long XOM. So both of our trades right now are working out nicely. It didn't work out, Michael. It did not work out. I just discussed the loss that we took half of the trade yesterday. I'm still holding half of it today. Took about a $900 loss yesterday, plus down about another $7 today off of the rest of the shares. But I'm still holding. I mean, you know, if this market breaks down, which I think it will at some point, you know, Tesla's just bouncing off of a news-based event. Still technically in a downtrend. Even though on the weekly chart you do have a potential thesis for a weekly inverse head and shoulders that's developing. I see a daily chart inverse head and shoulders. So we'll see. We'll just manage the trade. But definitely a loss on that name. Not my best trade. But that's how she goes sometimes. Can't win them all. Broadcom getting a nice little bounce with the QQQ. XOM is trying to firm up again. I'm seeing oil at 78.60. That's trying to continue to press here. NVIDIA is still ridiculously strong. Guys, I just took a high risk trade, sized this for loss, 474 put on the Qs, 0 DTE. Sized for loss, 474, 0 DTE put on the Qs. Outfilled at 22 cents. It is sized for loss. It's a high risk trade going against the grain. Again, I only took 25 contracts, 474, 0 DT put at 22 cents. Alright guys, so XOM still trying to build a base here and press higher in the near term. AVGO hitting right back to our average. No head and shoulders yet on Broadcom here. They are saving it in the near term, but I'm riding a 474 put on the Qs, a short on Broadcom, and a long on XOM. Long on XOM. Seeing that Russell still at the low of the session. The IWM just trickling lower, now down 0.88% on the session. GameStop getting wrecked right now. That's coming in really, really hard at the moment. So GME seeing some incredible selling. SPYs and the Qs are now have a 0.7% divergence. That is big. That's almost too big. That's a really big divergence. And that's a little bit of a bearish divergence. That's a huge gap between the SPY and the Qs. Just showing you that, again, tech and semis are getting more saturated. Bitcoin's starting to see some sellers, guys. So could be an area of opportunity in some of the shorter plays on the miners. You do have MicroStrategy down 3.7. Mara is still green, up 1. Coin is up down about 0.8%. So guys, XOM is starting to rip. Qs are coming in. Again, I'm still riding that 474 put. We're already up now 5 cents on the trade. We're already up 5 cents on the trade. Let's try to make back this Tesla loss today. LGVN moving. Yep, Chris is all over that. Chris is all over that. I'll keep an eye on my other screen. Here, LGVN trading at 240 right now. It's up about 32.6%. Trying to make another new high of day here. Qs are coming in though, guys. Qs are coming in. So again, I'm riding that put play. That's working out nicely right now. Broadcom still coming in. XOM, we're up about 18 cents. Come on, Qs, drop it down. Russell's still weak. S&P's still falling here. A little bit more red starting to appear on my screen when I'm looking at the broad market here. Definitely some red starting to appear on my screen. NVDA though. NVIDIA and Apple, I mean, wow. And Tesla. Gold is up a couple percent. You do have yields still continuing to be soft. So your pre-market low on the Qs is sitting at 476.45. 476.45 is your pre-market low on the Qs. QQQ trying to stay steady here. S&P going lower. Amazon's now starting to reverse. Meta seeing some selling. Let's see if Tesla and NVIDIA are going to give up anything today. Microsoft looking a little bit heavier. We could see a rotation back into maybe the Russell out of the Qs here. Let's see if the Russell firms up at the lows and Qs see a bit of distribution. Again, still riding that short on Broadcom. It's just one tough stock at the moment. Whoa, look at LGVN. Good job there, Chris. Nice job there. Whoa, LGVN. Did you see that move, Chris? Holy. Is it halted again? What a move in LGVN. Nice trade there, Chris. Did anyone see that move? Boom, look at that. halted to the upside. Quite extraordinary move. Nice job, Chris. If you caught that, beautiful. Beautiful. All right, Broadcom still in the money on Broadcom. Looking for a lot more, though. Honestly, I think Broadcom will trigger a bearish breakdown at some point today. It's just a matter of how long it takes. Still long XOM. Nice job, Chris. Yep. All right, guys. NVIDIA is starting to come in here, guys. NVIDIA is starting to see some selling off of the 129 area. NVIDIA is seeing some selling. You're seeing the SOXS trying to perk up here a touch. I'm still riding my XOM long at 110. It was up about 30 cents at the highs. Still riding a 474 put on the Qs. We're up about 3 cents on that. The Dixie, guys, is trying to press to 105. So here you have a scenario over the last couple days where, you know, the dollar has had weak yields, soft yields, and it's still staying relatively firm, trying to recapture 105. So interesting enough to see the dollar continuing to press here in the face of things. Guys, in case the market sells off here, I'm going to put a break-even stop loss on my XOM trade at 110. I have a break-even stop loss on XOM at 110. I repeat, break-even at 110. Dixie still rallying here firmly. Nice little breakdown coming in. Broadcom's right at that neckline. If we get that neckline break, this thing should pay us nicely. QQQ puts are printing here, guys. QQQ puts are printing. Trying to make us back that Tesla loss from yesterday. Still riding some. Honestly, Tesla's now in the range. If you're wanting to maneuver your average a little bit, this is where you would add to your short. You know, I mean, it could still push up maybe to about that gap fill at 193.80-ish or 194, just below 194. But I do see the Q. Whoa, big breakdown in the Qs, guys. Our puts are starting to print here. Broadcom still holding Broadcom short, still holding a QQQ 474 put. Already up 10 cents on the trade from 22 cents, 32. Come on. Let's ride. Yes, let's go. Look at this. All right, I just trimmed half there, guys, of my QQQ 474 put. I trimmed half. Still riding the rest of the shares. Beautiful, 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 beautiful little job. First little trade there on the put side, already up 59% and printing more. Cons are at 37 cents now. Look at the breakdown in the Qs, guys. This is what I'm talking about. Thank you very much. Broadcom, I'm still holding Broadcom short, guys. I'm still holding Broadcom short. We made 59% on those Qs, and now I'm in the driver's seat with the 474. Let's see if we can get 474 in the money. And 474, guys, basically takes us back down to this gap fill. You know, will I hold it till 474? Maybe not, but, you know, somewhere close would pay us handsomely. So those contracts are now in the money by a significant margin. SOXS. LGVN is back open. Be careful with LGVN here. Be very, very careful. I mean, it could push up to, you have your 100 daily moving average at 335, and you have a massive gap fill on LGVN at 355. So I think that there might be a small pullback and then maybe a press higher. It's still holding strong despite the equity market selling. Look at the Qs dump. Broadcom triggering a head and shoulders. I'm still hanging on short, guys. XOM stopped me out for a a break even there. Break even, and Qs are dumping here. This is what I'm talking about. Contracts have almost doubled, guys. Contracts are now doubled on the QQQ put, up over 100%. I'm still holding. I'm going to hold. I'm going to see if I can hold. You have the S&P about to go negative. S&P is about to go negative here. Here we go. Nice little double on those contracts. Broadcom's paying us handsomely right now, but I'm still looking for more downside. Even with this little dip in the Qs, that's a nice little breakdown. But you look at Broadcom, triggered a nice little head and shoulders here, which has a downside move to about 1650. And I still think this market's going to get faded. You know, you've seen the Qs have a nice breakdown. The Russell's continuing to sell. A lot more red on the screen, guys. A lot more red on the screen. NVDA is still seeing buy the dip in full force. Tesla coming in, Amazon coming in, Bitcoin coming in. Chris cashed out. Nice job, Chris. I think that if you're willing to risk it on LGVN, you could probably try to take a re-entry around 250 and then look for a press higher. But very extended, and the market is under pressure here, breaking down. So nice little trade there that we got on the QQQ 474 put. And I still think we can press this put option way more. This one could pay us, you know, a few 100% at the if the market goes to where I think it's going to go today. You know, you have the SOXS trying to turn the corner, almost trying to go green. Still a little bit of ways, but definitely off of the lows. Significant bounce off of the lows. So we are seeing some weakness creeping back into the state. Look at the Qs dump, guys. Our contracts are absolutely printing here. Printing. Thank you very much, Mr. Market. More than a double on these names, and I'm still holding, guys. I'm still holding my 474 put. My next trim, guys, on my contracts is a Pierce of 476, so at least another 50 cents low. Look at Broadcom dump, guys, up 1.63, over 28 bucks, $30. Come on, press it, press it. Contracts up to 48 cents, guys. I'm looking at a next trim right here, 475.90 on my Qs. You see some strength coming into your prior day hold. Look at Broadcom dump. This is what I'm talking about. Very, very good. Very, very good. Broadcom getting a sizable bounce. Nice little trade there for us all. Nice trade for us all. And again, guys, with the sell side pressure in the equity markets, the S&P almost negative, the dollar pushing for 105, you're going to get the secondary sell signal in the market. As soon as the dollar recaptures 105, that's probably when you're going to get another sell side wave in the equity markets. A lot more red appearing on the screen, but you still have Microsoft, NVIDIA, Apple, AVGO, Tesla, all green. Amazon's rolled over. Meta's rolled over. Google's rolled over. QQQ trying to go lower here, guys. Nat gas seeing some more pressure. Oil still trying to press. Come on, break this prior day low or prior day high, and we honestly could be in for that gap fill. I mean, this could be a nasty little reversal in the equity markets. I'm still holding Broadcom. I think we can push this for a lot more, guys. I think we can push this for a lot more. Russell 2000 at the lows. QQQ, new lows. Contracts are still at 47 cents. Tesla's starting to come in, guys. Microsoft, Apple starting to break down. Apple's almost going negative. Look at the QQQ sell side program. Contracts up to 50 cents now. I'm still holding. My next trim, guys, is here. 475.90. I repeat, 475.90. Contracts are still printing here on those 474 puts. Imagine we get them in the money. This would be extraordinary trade. Definitely off to a really hot start today. Beautiful, beautiful little hot start. Tesla's starting to come in. Apple again almost going negative on the session. VIX is spiking here, guys. The VIX is now turned green. That's not a good sign for the equity markets. VIX turning green. What is that all about? QQQ still falling, guys. The SOXS is about to go green. Semiconductor bear ETF about to go green. XOM spiking. I wish I was still in that name. XOM, Broadcom, going for new lows, guys. We are printing here, making it back from yesterday, making it back. Contracts are still sitting at 50 cents on the Qs. 50 cents on the Qs. We are seeing a little bit of a bounce in the equity markets, just a minor bounce. GameStop back to the green, up about 3% still. Just trying to turn the corner. Broadcom breaking down, guys. Look at the move. All right, guys, I just trimmed half of my Broadcom there. Beautiful little trade for roughly 2.5%, and I'm moving my stop to break even. Let these shares run. My next trim on Broadcom is here at 1,652, but that's a huge $45 drop on the trade there. Look at it, and it's still falling here, guys. It's still falling. What a dump. Again, next target is down here. That would be about a 65-point move to the downside for us. That's excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Contracts are still at 52 cents on the put option, guys. They are printing. Look at the market sell. Look at the market sell, guys. Wow, this is quite extraordinary. A gap and crack. S&P negative. Russell negative. Qs. Can we take the Qs negative? That's the next step here. QQQ seeing a nice bounce. Again, that's some heavy, heavy sell side pressure, guys. That's really heavy sell side pressure today. Again, equity markets rolling over despite yield soft, despite the dollar showing strength today. NVIDIA struggling to break 130. Yeah, NVIDIA is coming in nicely. I could see NVIDIA going negative today. That would shock a lot of people because you have such strength in Broadcom. But look at the reversal off the highs in Broadcom. And look at the reversal off the lows in SOX. And look at the S&P and Russell. I mean, just getting sold into right here. Still riding that QQQ 474 put. Tesla still trading at 186.30. Up about 5% on the session. NVIDIA only up about 2.3. Google Meta trying to bounce here. QQQ trying to stabilize, but Qs are now under that prior day high, and they're actually under pre-market low on the Qs. So Qs have now lost pre-market low. SOX is still printing, guys. Oil's still trying to press here. Contracts are now up to 53 cents on the 474 put. We're definitely going lower, guys. Look at Broadcom sell. They are breaking it down on Broadcom, guys. Look at that monster reversal. Come on. Should get a bounce at some point. I don't think they're just going to keep paying the puts, but you know, that's the type of price action you can get off of a gap and crack. You could easily get the SOX. SOXS is almost green, guys. SOXS is almost green on the session here. Quite phenomenal. QQQ, new low. QQQ new low. Broadcom coming in. Nat gas starting to fall, guys. Cons are up to 55 cents now. I'm taking a trim here, guys. I just trimmed. Boom. Look at that, guys. Trimmed at 59 cents there. My, oh my. That is quite extraordinary. All right, guys. The remaining trade on the 474 put, I'm just going to leave runners, and let's see if we can take it to the gap fill. That's what I'm waiting for. Broadcom coming into my next cover zone here. Get ready. Get ready on Broadcom. Nice decline in the equity markets here. Semis are getting sold into. What a decline in the equity markets, guys. Q's just gave it up. QQQ just gave up its price action. And they're still going lower. Look at this. All right, guys. If you want to start trimming, I'm still going to leave these runners on the table because they are absolutely just flying here. Look at the breakdown in the equity markets. That is a thing of beauty. 80 cents a con, guys. 80 cents a con. From 22 cents to 80 cents. Wow. Look at what we are doing here. Holy moly. That is crazy. All right, guys, I am going to close my full position here at 81 cents. 81 cents. I just closed my full 474 put on the Qs. 81 cents. Beautiful, beautiful. That was beautiful. So final profits 133.64% across the board on the QQQ. Just covered my Broadcom there, guys. Wonderful trading. Boom. 3.84% win on Broadcom, 133.64% win on the QQQ 474 put. Excellent trading here, guys. Excellent trading across the board. Is this an area to go long? Not quite. Not quite. What a trade, guys. That was excellent. That was excellent. Nice job, Michael. 121 put him out with 112%. Beautiful, beautiful. Nat gas inventory is coming. Yep, and Nat gas is going into this weaker than ever. I'm actually going to trim a bit of my cold, guys. I'm going to trim a bit of my cold since we're up over just close to 10% here. I just trimmed a touch of my cold at 37.59. 37.59. But again, all right, QQQ stabilizing. Let's put up the nat gas chart here. Oh, that's the wrong one. Sorry. SMCI still holding some strength today, up 4.3. GME looks ready to turn the corner here. It is trying to turn the corner. QQQ still coming lower, guys. That was a nice little add at the low on SOXS. All right, so we have nat gas inventories coming out here. QQQ. Dixie's spiking, guys. The Dixie's now above 105. The Dixie's now above 105. I repeat, the markets are in for a world of trouble here if the Dixie keeps pressing. I mean, the spike in the Dixie is just relentless right now. Take a look at this US dollar chart. It is just surging here. And I mean, something has to kind of keep these stocks in checks because clearly the Fed and interest rates aren't doing it. But one thing's for sure is once the US dollar starts going, and back above that critical tightening zone of 104, 105. You're seeing small caps bludgeoned. You're seeing emerging markets getting hit today. China stocks are under pressure. So that Dixie right now is pushing. Every sector in the market is red except for XLK, and that's being faded. Look at NVDA. NVIDIA is just getting wrecked right now, guys. NVDA coming in hard. Again, don't be surprised if this goes negative. You know, I'm expecting some bounce at some point, but I would not be shocked if this market goes negative at some point. I'm looking at a potential bounce here, very close to this previous little range that we were stuck and chopping in yesterday. We had a big breakout above, big breakdown below. So there should be some support in and around this range. Nat gas inventories in a couple minutes. I'll pull up the nat gas chart here because there is some opportunities. Guys, if we drop on nat gas, we are going to be coming up into some daily chart support. So if we drop pretty sharply on nat gas below like 295, I'm going to look for more profits taking on cold. Equity markets are seeing a sizable bid at the moment. Dixie's still ripping. Russell still at the lows. NVIDIA catching a bounce. QQQ getting a nice bounce here in the face of things. What is this sap? All right, so big bounce in the equity markets. That was a beautiful cover and exit on our Qs, guys. That was beautiful. We timed that perfectly. Nat gas inventories. Right now, we're not really moving much. Guys, if cold hits 40 bucks, I'm going to be looking to trim and sell some more. Cold at 40, I'll be looking to trim some more. Big bounce in the equity markets. QQQ, look at the bounce. Wow, that is extraordinary bounce. That's a really big bid up. And that's this market, right? Whenever we're in a raging bull market, which we are, you have to expect big buy the dip bounces to occur. That's what happens. Nat gas just still kind of seeing a little bit of sellers in this region. Still staying firm though. Guys, GME is trying to break out here for a little inverse head and shoulders. GME is seeing a bit of a positive price action here. It is trying to break out. Cold is starting to move, guys. Nat gas dumping. Beautiful for our little bit of a short trade on cold. Amazon's coming in. Russell's still at the lows, guys, so there's more selling under the hood of this market. Amazon curling down, Tesla curling down. Google's still holding up okay, still down 0.17 though. Or sorry, 0.77. QQQ testing that prior day high. Rejection there leads to a really, really big sell-off. You can get above. The Qs may live to fight a little bit more. Nat gas breaking down, guys. Cold is now up 6.6%. We're seeing KOLD printing here. Absolutely printing here. Amazon's still coming in. GME starting to squeeze, guys. It's looking a little bit interesting, GME. Dixie's taking a tiny breather, just a tiny breather. VIX is still up 1.36%. Gold is spiking here, guys. $40 is my price target. QQQ still struggling. Nat gas getting bludgeoned, guys. Our gold is now up 14% and printing and push. QQQ now at another short zone, guys. I'm going to short the Qs here. 476.20. I'm short the Qs, just common shares. 476.20. Whoa, look at that fall on the Qs. Nat gas seeing some more selling. Nat gas definitely seeing some more selling. GME trying to perk back up here, guys. GME is looking a little bit more enticing. Dixie's continuing to press here, guys. VIX spiking, Dixie spiking. Russell small cap at the lows. Oil strong. Nat gas weak. Gold and silver getting clobbered. I haven't checked uranium. How's uranium doing these days? Yeah, uranium being defended at that area. Seeing some continued strength today. All right, let's see NVDA here. Let's see if we get another trade on NVDA. I do think that there's another short setup looming on NVDA. Just a matter of where we want this entry. Right at this EMA, you can see we've bounced at the 1 minute EMA a couple times here. Now we've broken it. Retest. I'm going to short NVIDIA here. If we pierce it, I'm going to short NVIDIA. I'm not in yet. I want to pierce this EMA, kind of align with this 128.80 level. QQQ still seeing. Uh-oh, we may not even get it. The Qs may want to break down right away. Yes, TC NVIDIA short again. I didn't get it. I mean, I'm holding the SOXS, so technically I'm indirectly shorting it, but I'm looking for a little bit. You know, the Russell's coming into its gap fill. Russell's coming into its gap fill. I'm short the Qs right now at 476.20. Just common shares. Just common shares. If we recapture prior day high, I may have to stop out. All right, guys, I'm looking at NVIDIA here. I'm very, very close. I'm very close to pulling the trigger on NVIDIA. I'm just being a stickler for price because I've been burned by this name before, and I was burned by Tesla yesterday. So I'm looking at right in this vicinity here around 128.80 short on NVIDIA. Qs are trying to push back up here. Still seeing Broadcom holding the lion's share of its gains. Valero trying to firm up here. LGVN still up 42%, give or take. GME up 6.17, quietly creeping up here, GME. GME is quietly creeping up here, guys. All right, guys, I am now short NVIDIA off of that level, 128.77. This is a starter position. High risk trade semis are still strong on the back of AVGO earnings, but 128.77. It's a 1/4 entry. 1/4. I'll basically add to the position every 70 cents to $1. Guys, I think ARM also might be an area to short. ARM has gone negative. It's very extended. Guys, I'm going to short ARM. I'm looking at a short on ARM. I'll let you know when I take the fill. I'm looking at around 156 area. QQQ trying to firm up here. They're trying to get the Qs back above their their prior day high. I'll add to my QQQ short at 476.90. 476.90. Broadcom seeing a sizable rally. Dixie's still strong. NVIDIA's still strong. So nice trades for us today. We've already trimmed and taken profits on those Q shorts, put options. Markets are trying to rally here. Oil's still very strong. Dixie trading at 105.07. VIX is up 1.31. Guys, ARM short at 156. A Pierce of 156 gets me interested in ARM. Ticker ARM. Every sector still red in the S&P except for XLK. That's up a blistering 0.75% at the moment. Bitcoin's still holding up at 67.6. Qs are trying to push. Oil trying to go for another new high. Broadcom is bouncing sharply, guys. AVGO is bouncing incredibly. Almost, if we hit 1700, all right, I'm going to forget about ARM. If we hit 1700 again on Broadcom, I'm going to short it. 1700, I'm going to short Broadcom. It's at 1697. Whichever one comes first, either Broadcom at 1700 or ARM above 156. Whichever one comes first, I'll pick on that. So I'm watching both tickers already in NVIDIA and Qs. So either ARM at above 156 or Broadcom around 1700 starter position. You can see the Qs are still being rejected at that prior day high. NVIDIA is seeing some strength though. Bitcoin's seeing a lot of volatility here. Bitcoin's definitely running into some volatility. Tesla's continuing to peel down. The Russell's still at the lows of the session. QQQ coming in. No entry on ARM yet. No entry on Broadcom. Qs are still struggling. Tesla's still seeing some sellers, guys. Tesla's coming in. ARM is trying to perk back up here. NVIDIA is still strong in the near term. Next ad level on NVIDIA is at 129.15. Broadcom at 1700. ARM's tapping that 156 area, guys. ARM is tapping that 156 area. All right, guys, I am short ARM. I'm short ARM, 156 starter position. It is starting to move up a little bit more. Qs are coming in. So I'm short NVIDIA, short ARM, short the Qs. So picking on the semis again. Might be my funeral, but we're definitely seeing a bit of weakness in this equity market today. NVIDIA, big decline there. QQQ still trying to hold steady at the moment. All right, guys, Broadcom seeing a nice decline. We're green on our Qs. We're green on NVIDIA. Big 1 minute candle on NVIDIA. Yes, sir. I see that. I do see that. Dixie's still chugging along, trying to press higher. Dixie's still chugging along. So I'm short ARM, short Qs, and short NVIDIA. NVIDIA target, guys. I'm looking for NVIDIA to retest these lows. Looking for NVIDIA to retest these. Look at the downward move there in NVIDIA. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Come on. Keep falling. The Russell could be trying to form a minor bounce here. We got to look for this Russell. ARM is starting to come in. QQQ trying to press a little bit more. Big stick back up on the Qs. QQQ still seeing some distribution. NVIDIA is still coming down. Microsoft grinding higher. Google trying to curl up. Amazon trying to curl up. ARM is starting to fall here, guys, with NVIDIA. Take a look at that. Our two semiconductor shorts are working out nicely. Everyone should have been able to participate in both. In terms of my ARM target, guys, I'm looking at the low of this wedge, somewhere down around 151. QQQ still struggling under that prior day high. You can see NVIDIA is looking quite heavy in this region. ARM is coming in sharply, guys. Look at that. Already up nicely on ARM. Beautiful, beautiful little job. Again, everyone should have been able to catch that one. That one was telegraphed at that 156 level. It's not out of the woodwork yet. It could try to still bounce here. Maybe a chance of an inverse head and shoulders, but just not seeing that right now. NVDA is still coming in. QQQ still breaking down here. We're basically flat on the Qs. Green on ARM. Green on NVDA. But I'm looking for a little bit more in these names. Look at ARM peel away, guys. ARM is starting to peel to the downside. Beautiful little trade there. Beautiful little trade. So this could be a bit of a bear flag forming on the Qs. Let's just see how it reacts off of this prior day high. It's still struggling below it. Dixie's still surging and trying to push. So let's see what we get here. Broadcom trying to firm up. Qs are getting a nice little stick back up. S&P, Russell still negative. Russell's at an area where we could try to take a stab on the long side, but the level that I like on the IWM, guys, for a bounce trade is right at that gap fill. The 200.59 is an area that I think we can start taking a long on the IWM. Around 200.58 is where I'd probably try to take a stab at an IWM long. So just keep that area on watch. It's been getting bludgeoned. QQQ firming up here in the near term. NVIDIA trying to press here to the upside. QQQ again still trading at this little resistance. Prior day high. Sorry guys, mic check, mic check. A couple questions there. Any buyable level on Roku for John C? John C, I don't like Roku if it loses this weekly impulse candle here. Roku's going down to double bottom. You can see there's a sloppy, left shoulder head, maybe a right shoulder formation. It's not really the best head and shoulders, but a bearish pattern nonetheless is triggering on Roku. Pretty big technical breakdown, not something I want to get in front of. Laura is asking, ARM looked like it was developing a reverse head and shoulders. What did you see that made you take a successful short? Well, when you look at the semiconductors as a whole, right? Broadcom lifting the stocks up tremendously. ARM had every reason to try to press and hold above its prior day high at 158.66. Whenever I start seeing a stock losing its prior day high when it was trading above it, and it has the fundamentals and the technical picture to continue pressing, through other semiconductor strength like Broadcom, and it's actually failing, that's a bit of a problem. So again, it was risky because yes, I did see that inverse head and shoulders, on the 5-minute or shorter term time frames. But I mean, you look at ARM and it's super extended on all time frames, and it is going through a bit of distribution here as the semis are being sold into. So we've seen the SOXX really pull in from the highs, and ARM right now just struggling. It never got that true breakout, and basically it lost that prior day high intraday, which means that sellers were starting to take hold of the price in the short term, and you're seeing a pretty nasty reversal right now. But I mean, look at the extension move on ARM. You're trading at over, what was an 80 RSI on the daily. Could it still go higher from here? Yeah, maybe it wants to press for double top, but just in the intraday price action, it was kind of failing along the lines of seeing distribution with the entire market. And look at the Qs, guys. QQQ. Let's see if we trigger this head and shoulders, guys. Head and shoulders on watch. I'm still riding ARM short. I'm still riding NVIDIA short, and I'm still riding the QQQ short. Hopefully Tesla can break us back to break even. That name is still up 3.18%. It has been faded. I am seeing the Dixie softening just a touch here, guys. Just a touch on the Dixie. Still in the money nicely on NVIDIA, but looking for a little bit more. We're up about 0.7%. QQQ, we're just slightly green. ARM, we're up about 1.8%. XOM continuing to push. Broadcom now coming in. Look at NVIDIA seeing more. Amazon, new low of day, breaking prior day low on Amazon. Amazon is now triggering a head and shoulders pattern on the 10, 20, 30-minute chart. Amazon is triggering a bearish pattern, guys. Amazon triggering a bearish breakdown. Crypto's looking a little bit weaker as well. Interesting price action. LGVN trading at 288. Seeing some sellers right now. LGVN. That name is ridiculously extended. Finally putting in a little bit of a negative divergence intraday, but I don't know. Do you think it's going to press for that gap? You think it's going to press for that gap there, Chris? LGVN? I'm kind of almost wanting to take a long, but just with the Qs being crazy extended here and seeing some distribution, it's a little risky. Thoughts on PayPal? Let's quickly take a look at PayPal. Sorry, I can't seem to type this morning. So PayPal at the moment, yeah, down 2.16%. Not a healthy chart right now. Not a healthy chart. Just still stuck in a range. From its last earnings push, PayPal's just stuck in a range. Hasn't firmed up, but, they have bearish news from Apple kicking them off the platform there. So, I mean, the stock's just trying to shake out and form a bit of a base. You're still technically holding the neckline of your inverse head and shoulders, but it's just consolidating. Needs more time. Needs more time, guys. All right, guys, Broadcom at 1701 is another short, but I'm just going to stick with ARM and NVIDIA and my QQQ position. ARM, NVIDIA, and my Qs, I'll stick with those. See, the Qs are being saved here in the short term. Guys, I might take a lotto put play on the Qs. I might take a 0DTE lotto put play. Again, this is going to be size for loss. The Qs are almost going negative. Imagine that. Guys, I just took a high risk trade, 472 put on the Q, 0 DTE, filled at 18 cents. Again, sized for loss. This is a high risk trade. It's a lotto play. It's an absolute lotto play. 472 put. I'm going on the basis of this head and shoulders, seeing if it wants to play out. So 472, 0 DTE put, filled at 18 cents a con. Again, it's sized for loss. Very, very small position. Only 25 contracts for myself on that trade. Still holding my Qs short, NVIDIA short, and ARM short. Nice rejection off the 1700 level on Broadcom. Now we have LGVN trying to firm up. Nat Gas still selling off here. You have Apple curling down. So Apple's actually now negative on the session. Go figure. Microsoft still green. Google down 0.9. Meta down 0.97, and Tesla still holding strength up 3/3. You can see NVIDIA trying to bounce. So Apple really struggling here, guys. Seeing some sell side pressure hitting the tape. QQQ breaking lower, guys. This is why we entered those puts again. Qs are starting to break lower. Look at that. Contracts are already up 4 cents on the 472 put. And again, this is a nice amount of consolidation. This is all bearish consolidation. Right on that EMA. Right as we're testing this neckline breakout. Let's see if they want to break this down. ARM trying to catch a bit of a bid. SOXS still moving up. Dixie at 105.05. VIX is still up 2.42% on the UVXY trading vehicle. Take a look at some of these market movers today. A lot of semiconductor strength. A lot of semiconductor strength. The weakness is clearly visible in some of the communication stocks again. Airlines are struggling. Paramount down 5, Vista down 5.6, Generac getting hit today. All right, QQQ starting to come down, guys. Again, we're in a Lotto 472 put. A Lotto 472 put, still short ARM off of 156. We're up about a couple percent on that trade. Rams asking, I know you don't play earnings, but if you have to play any, which will you recommend? Which will I recommend? Well, let's see. I haven't even checked the earnings calendar. Are there several? I know there's Broadcom yesterday, but let's see if there's a couple companies coming to fruition. Just give me a second while I pull up the earnings calendar. Just 1 second. Let's see, NASDAQ earnings calendar. QQQ still coming down a touch, guys. $472 put is working out so far. 472 put is working out so far. Seeing SOXS trying to creep back up. ARM, we're up 2% on ARM, guys. NVIDIA, we're in the money on NVIDIA. Again, ARM has quite a bit of downside potential today. I'm looking for a cover, though, right at this 151.25 zone. You can see the Qs are bouncing now. I'll answer your question momentarily. Ram, Chris saying have to be on guard with the dilution announcement with LVGN. Yes, I agree. GME may pull back below 25. Yeah, GME's strong though. I mean, since the market has been faded, GME's actually been pushing. So GME's still remaining a little firm in this region. QQQ still living to fight another day. And there's so many theories there. Calculations being run on who was selling yesterday. And GameStop to push it lower. Markets are getting a nice little bounce, but the Dixie is also bouncing. Amazon still at the lows. Apple struggling. Microsoft still holding steady. Yeah, we do have obviously Adobe after the bell. I think Adobe gets a nice little gap up today. You've seen a lot of the underperforming names, a lot of the large cap stocks that have been underperforming the S&P 500 in a big way. Adobe is one of them. A lot of them are getting gap ups on their earnings. QQQ moving higher here. NVDA pushing, ARM pushing right back up. Going for that prior day high test and tap again in the market. There's that neckline again on the Qs. Neckline on ARM. Yeah, Adobe after the bell. RH. Adobe's your big one. Going into the report with a 207 billion market cap, consensus $3.54 a share. Obviously, I know I'm long Adobe already. ARM is trying to firm up here. So this is the pattern that Laura was kind of discussing. A little inverse head and shoulders developing. Potential. QQQ right back to prior day high. Strength in NVIDIA. Amazon's continuing to dump. Now down 1% on Amazon. Which will give up, gold or DXY? Well, I think the Dixie is showing some strength. I think the Dixie is actually shaping up for at least a retest of 106 again. And then the crazy thing about the Dixie is if it breaks 106, there's a very, very strong chance of some sort of a blow-off move in the Dixie. I mean, you look at the blow-off moves in equity markets, the Qs, the SPY, semiconductors. It makes you think that at some point the Dixie may have also some sort of an exogenous move. And again, I'm still interestingly watching this SPX weekly divergence. It's a 4-year signal. It's the signal that the last time we saw this exact same setup, all-time high on the RSI, or not an all-time high, a cycle high on the RSI, all-time high in price. Your first pullback on the RSI results in your first pullback in the S&P. You get a bounce to new all-time highs, putting in higher high on the price, but a lower high in RSI. If this RSI breaks down here and starts to curl back below this yellow 68.85 level, that's troublesome for the S&P. I still think something is shaping up. This type of divergence is very similar. It's actually almost identical to the COVID rollover. Again, not saying COVID's happening again or some sort of a pandemic, but just some sort of a technical correction is long overdue in this market. I think we've been running off of AI momentum. I know earnings per shares have still continuing to be revised up. S&P still bolstering some strong earnings. But really, it's a handful of companies that have bolstered the S&P 500 earnings. NVIDIA, Microsoft, your mega cap tech. The ratios to commodities, to bonds, to small caps are all out of whack. But so far, we just keep chugging along. Seeing some strength creeping back into the Qs here. So QQQ seeing some more strength and resiliency. I'll flip back to ARM and Meta, or sorry, ARM and NVDA. Let's look back at NVIDIA. That one is trying to chug along back to the upside here. QQQ still managing some strength here. Does appear NVIDIA might want to retest our previous little area where we shorted. Still holding ARM, Qs. Russell 2000's going lower, guys. So the Russell's going lower. Microsoft trying to go for the prior day high. That's lifting the Qs. Broadcom back at 1700. ARM trading at 155. So we could have taken a couple percentage on ARM, but I'm still holding off that 156 level. I still think this is one bear flag shaping up for a little bit of a lower breakdown on the Qs. A little bit of a bear wedge forming. Again, if we break this little bear wedge, you can see a downside target just off of a fib extension move of 473.69. And you can see that neckline is still trying to hold price in check here. NVIDIA seeing some more selling. Oil taking a bit of a breather. LGVN pushing higher, trying to at least in the short term. A lot of those solar stocks that were showing some breakout strength, SunPower names, Maxon, they've been completely obliterated. All right, this is potentially the next wave of downside pressure in the equity market. Still riding that QQQ Lotto put play, 472 put. Still riding NVIDIA and ARM short. ARM trying to make a little bit of a breakout, staging an attempt. Amazon just keeps getting annihilated, guys. Annihilated. I have a buyable bounce trade on Amazon. Let me just firm up this level. Just give me 1 second here. But I do have a long level on Amazon for a quick little day trade bounce. It's actually, interestingly enough, coming into a bit of support right now. But I don't think this is the bounce level because I think the Qs are going to break down some more. So all right, guys, the level I'm eyeing up on a long on Amazon. We are getting a small bounce here, but I think we're going to go lower. It's shaping up. I needed a little bit more oversold intraday. It's down 1.3%. You are hitting some hourly chart support, don't get me wrong. But the level I have on Amazon for a bit of a bounce trade, guys, at least the starter position is around 183.60. I repeat, around 183.60. I will look for a bounce long entry on Amazon. 183.60. QQQ dump in here. We still remain short. We still remain short NVIDIA, short ARM, short the Qs, and we have a put option. Come on. Rams asking, sorry about my dogs. QQQ. So you're asking what I would enter for Adobe. Well, I just have common shares, but if I had to do something, I mean, I haven't looked at what the implied move is, but I think Adobe could get an 8 to 10% pop. You know, I would like that 500 level. Now that's about a 9.4% move from current price. But if you're looking for more conservative, I mean, that gap fill at 477.80, I think will get filled. If you look at the inverse head and shoulders pattern that is forming on Adobe's daily chart, if it triggers the neckline, I mean, it suggests a potential move all the way up to 539, 540. So I mean, there's quite a bit of potential upside in Adobe if it can break and trigger that neckline. So I mean, conservative traders, I would look for, you know, a strike of about 478. I haven't even looked at the chain yet to see. It's probably pretty juiced. Guys, Amazon's coming up into target. All right, so I'm going to start a position at 183.60 for a day trade bounce. And I mean, in terms of how much time you want to give yourself on the clock there, Ram, it's really up to you. I don't, you know, whenever I take an earnings play, I always like to hedge it. Personally speaking, and it's a risk going in. I mean, Adobe can absolutely fall some more. You know, could it fall to the next support, which is lying around that, you know, 400 level, 405-ish? Absolutely it could. But the trend that I've seen in the S&P earnings is weak stocks getting big bids off of earnings. All right, Qs are still living to fight another day here. Still a bit of a bear flag, I think, forming on the Qs. But we have to respect it until it breaks. It hasn't given us that break signal yet. NVDA coming down. Amazon coming down, guys. Oof, Amazon's coming into target really quickly. Honestly, guys, the way the Qs are shaping up, I don't like that 183.60 level anymore on Amazon. I want it a little bit lower now. If the Qs break this area, I'm going to pull up the Amazon chart. I was looking at 183.60. That's your major 4-hour chart support. Getting extremely oversold here. But honestly, the downside move now on Amazon based off of the hourly head and shoulders takes us to 182.48 here, 182.50. So I was looking at a long level right here at this 182.60. That could be successful. Don't get me wrong. This area could yield a bounce. You have better fib support at 182.84, and the downside move is 182.50. So I'm still going to watch it because I do think that there's a trade setup looming. Okay? I'm going to watch it closely. QQQ could be forming that bear flag. Let's see if we get another little breakdown here. Now, I'd like to see a 10-minute divergence or an extreme oversold condition on Amazon for this bounce trade on the 10-minute chart. So, getting there. We are getting there on Amazon. Chris is saying good entry on the Sox, 21.75. Paul's asking about thoughts on IESC. Not too familiar with that ticker. Down 0.84% on the session today. It looked like it was forming a intraday head and shoulders. Yikes. This one should make one more new low. This one should make one more new low, I think, before it... that's a big blow-off move. Heavy reversal. I think we're going to take this low out. I wouldn't touch it yet for a swing. I would prefer it... Let me just see the weekly chart setup. Jeez, look at that move. Sorry guys, just doing some work on this name here. So yeah, IEC, I think it's gonna make IESC, I think it's gonna make one more new low here. And honestly, I mean, if this head and shoulders triggers, if you break this neckline, that's a pretty nasty head and shoulders. Obviously it hasn't triggered yet, giving it the benefit of the doubt, but this is how I'd play it. I would wait for IEC to test this 123 level. This is your Fibonacci level, your first 382 retest. So if it holds that 382 on IEC, I think that's where you can bottom pick it. But if you start losing this 382 fib on any sort of daily chart closes, you want to get out of that name. But the way it's shaping up, I think you're going to have another test lower, a slight pierce of this high volume area. If the bulls can defend it there, that's where it should bounce. But if you break that Fibonacci level, then there's a whole host of downside potential. Alright guys, NVIDIA trickling lower, but you have ARM pushing up, Google curling down. There was some recent insider selling, so maybe a little lower. Okay, good to know. Thanks, Paul. Thank you, Ram. Thank you. Alright guys, so ARM is trying to break out here. This is the little inverse that Laura was kind of looking at, that she was asking a question about. So it is trying to firm up here. Let's flip back to NVIDIA, see what's happening there. Tesla putting in a bit of a bear flag. Bitcoin's trying to lose 67,000 guys, so Bitcoin is now seeing a bit of sell side pressure. It is starting to come in a touch. NVIDIA getting a nice green shoot to the upside there. Take a look at that. No problem guys. ARM basically going right back to our first entry of 156. QQQ still shaping up a bit of a bear flag, but it really hasn't triggered yet and gotten going to the downside. Still seeing a lot of market participants buying the dip in full force. Seeing oil trying to firm back up, Dixie taking a bit of a breather. Amazon's trying to bounce a little bit here off that 183.73 level. Yeah, all the high short interest names are starting to catch a bid. GME now up 8, LGVN new high of day there. Wow, yeah, it's pushing. It's pushing. And you know what? LGVN is above its pre-market high, looking to fill that gap at 350. What is it? 353 and change. 353 and change. So it's coming up into a pretty big technical level here. Gap fill at 353. GME is breaking out, guys. New high of day up 10% now. GME is starting to make a move. Volume coming in GameStop. Let's see. Typically GameStop has been a little bit of an inverse traded stock to the market. I have seen GameStop pushing and Q's sell. NVIDIA coming down a touch. ARM still getting rejected off 156. So anyone that hasn't entered, I'm still holding at 156. Broadcom at 1691. VIX is still up a couple percent. Coinbase at the lows. Bitcoin breaking 67K. It's going for a test of 67 break. Look at BRTX. See if there's a play. We'll take a look at BRTX. Whoops. And what time are we on the clock right now? 11:30. So the volume's starting to thin out in the markets, which is probably why they're getting some big green sticks to the upside. Alright, BRTX, yeah, I mean, it's been faded quite sharply here. Is that a gap fill? There's a couple gaps to the upside. Still up about 30% on the session. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, this is technically an area, Chris. It's a 618 retrace of your gap up move. So, I mean, bulls should try to defend at least a little bit here. And you are seeing some buy pressure. But if you lose that 618, I mean, then you're flushing down to about 155, your next support. So big level right now. Qs are trying to firm up. And it does look like at some point we're going to try to break this little bear flag that's setting up on the Qs. LGVN filled that gap, guys. L filled the gap at 355, getting short-term rejected there, but looking to press even higher. Holy, this name's going to start making a squeeze of epic proportion, up 97% and printing. Wow. What a monster. What a monster. XOM seeing another bid. NVDA still struggling here. NVIDIA chart not looking too hot either. Another little micro head and shoulders on the 1 minute chart about to trigger. You can see this is a bit of a bear wedge. If we break this bear wedge on NVIDIA, I mean, you're going to probably test your prior day high. Mindfulness, welcome. I hope you secured some profits on your AVGO and SOX calls there. Beautiful trade there. Mindfulness from yesterday on your Broadcom call out. SMCI looks ready to rip up to the 900 area. Let's take a look at SMCI. Yeah, new high of day up almost 10%. Definitely going through a squeeze here. SMCI is definitely going through a squeeze. Yeah, honestly, probably wants to even retest 940. SMCI, it's looking like that. I mean, there's some short-term resistance trend lines that I'm observing. Let's see if we use that one. You can see you'll have some resistance at 900. That's his number. You know, you're coming up into this gap fill at 874. Pretty decent technical level. Let's see if there's any key moving averages here. We're running into the 50. You're through the 50. That's a really positive sign. So you're through that 50 day. See that 100 period moving average is now approaching on SMCI. That's the only hindrance that I see. That's the only hindrance that could reject SMCI is that 100 period moving average. So be careful. You might get a small pullback off of that area, 851.85. You could get a small pullback off of this 851.85 area. QQQ firming up in force. NVIDIA is struggling. So you're seeing some strength coming back into the broad market. Russell getting a little bit of a bounce. S&P going back to the flat side. So again, just be careful with SMCI. Approaching some major daily resistance. You could get a small pullback and then a continuation move. QQQ going right back above that prior day high. Looking to press here. Let's look at NVIDIA again. NVIDIA just trying to chug along here. QQQ still staying strong. Nat Gas trying to stage a little bit of a bounce. Microsoft seeing some sellers off of prior day high. Yeah, I hope it's down too, but I mean, there's a chance that we could retest this high trend line before we make a bigger move. You know, we're just chopping in a wedge right now. You can see high pivot, low pivot, rejected, didn't even hit the upper range of the wedge on this attempt. Hit the lower round boundary wedge, so I mean, just give it the benefit of the doubt. It could want to push up to this high end of the wedge before it gives us the next directional move. I'm still short off the 128.77, and I'll add basically at 129.15 if need be. ARM is still struggling at that 156 area. The Russell's catching a little bit of a bid off of the lows. NVIDIA getting a nice stick. There's the trend line tap. Let's see if it wants to get through this zone. Google curling down. That one's still weak. So big push there in the Qs. Bitcoin losing 67K, guys. So BTC trying to break down and lose the prior day low. That could open up a huge dump on Bitcoin. We lose this prior day low on Bitcoin, and you'll have support at 66,000. That's your 50-day moving average. But really, we've tested that area on Tuesday already. So, I mean, we could even flush down to about 63,000 if Bitcoin loses this area, which would imply roughly a drop from current levels of about 5.8%. If that's set to occur. Look at NVIDIA pushing here. NVIDIA's trying to lift the Qs back up. Microsoft, Google, Meta trying to curl down. Apple's chopping sideways, forming a bit of a hourly chart bear flag. But still defending pre-market low on Apple. NVIDIA's still trying to hold steady here. Bitcoin looking a little bit heavy. BTC looking a little heavy. NVIDIA and semis are trying to firm up here. Still holding my arm short at 156. SMCI at 850 right now, 853. So it's tapping that 100 period moving average on SMCI on the daily chart. So there is some resistance here on SMCI. It's trying to actually get through it right now. Qs are seeing a little bit more selling. Bitcoin again trying to fall. ASTS may get a run. Let's take a look at ASTS. Chris is all about these high-flying momentum trades today. He's been hitting a lot of these out of the park, so yeah, I mean, a little extended, but definitely looking like it's trying to break out and continuation move here. Up about 4% today. Yeah, I mean, it's looking fairly strong on the session. As long as you stay above prior day high, I think you could scalp it on the long side and see. If you lose prior day high, I think that's your stop loss. That's how I would play it. I'd long it here, use prior day high as my stop. can see the Qs are being defended at its prior day high. Google curling down, Meta curling down, Bitcoin again breaking down, losing the prior day low. Not a good sign for the crypto stocks. SMCI, guys, is pushing through that 100 period moving average, and it's trying, you know, its gap fill at around 874.50 looks fairly enticing. 874.50 looks quite enticing. Qs are still staying semi-strong. NVIDIA is still trying to hold that little bit of a trend line test. It is shaping up for a potential little breakout here. It's certainly trying. Bitcoin still selling, Microsoft curling down, Tesla seeing a little bit of selling as well. QQQ consolidating well over that prior day high, so that's technically okay. I'm still in my NVIDIA short, my arm short. Look at SMCI go at 855 and climbing. NVIDIA is trying to press higher. Qs are trying to break out here and press to the upside. SMCI seeing a little bit of sellers, SOX going lower, oil coming in a touch, Qs are pressing, Russell's trying to continue, NVIDIA's breaking out here. Alright guys, I'm going to put a break even here at 128.77 on NVIDIA. Break even stop loss, I'm not letting it go against me. We're probably going to get wicked out if it pushes into that area. Again, 178.77. And I haven't added to my Qs yet, but this was my next add level on the short on the Qs. But it might get one more little push higher here. So I'm looking at a Pierce of 477 on the Qs to add to the short. A Pierce of 477. Meta is continuing to see some sellers. Bitcoin starting to fall really sharply here, guys. Bitcoin is starting to come in really sharply. Alright guys, NVIDIA did just stop me out there on that wick. I'm stopped out on NVIDIA break even. Stopped out on NVIDIA, break even. Still holding my arm. Might also get stopped out on that one. Again, 156. Could have taken a couple percentage points off of the trade, but never ever decided to. But Bitcoin's starting to, as opposed to GME dumped. Yeah, GME only up 2% now. Dumping for sure. Broadcom getting rejected off 1700 again. SMCI getting rejected off that 100 period moving average. Small pullback. So the bulls for SMCI, if it pulls back to 835.30, that's where the bulls need to defend it. 835.30 would be a nice pullback on SMCI. Chris is looking for an entry into GME at 22 bucks. Sorry, 22 bucks. Okay. You think it's going to fall there today, Chris? 22? I'm going to mark that on my chart. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, there's a bit of an hourly chart bear flag on GME, as well as a potential head and shoulders that is developing. This is all pre-market time frame. It's all pre-market time frame. There is one in the regular session as well. Hasn't quite triggered yet. But I mean, this head and shoulders, if it does trigger, I see a move down to about 17 bucks. QQQ pushing here. Guys, I just added to my QQQ there at 477. Second entry short. 476.58 average. Qs are starting to push even higher here. Let's see what we got. You can see the Qs are now trading at the high of this range. Still a chance that this is a bear flag pattern developing. I still see it as such. I mean, it's positive that the Qs are below or above prior day high, but I still see it. LGVN coming in, hitting a high of just under 4 bucks. Yep, GameStop coming in as well. I'd be very careful with that trade. Broadcom seeing some more selling. Same thing with NVIDIA. Oil's starting to come in sharply, guys. So now oil is breaking down. I'm going to take a bit of a lunch break very shortly, but we'll just see if we get any sort of a bigger directional move in the equity markets here. So far, markets are living to fight another day. You'll suspect it'll flush to 22 to 23. Yeah, there's that potential. I mean, if we break this prior day low on GME, which is sitting at 24.83, it opens up a very big bear pattern. NVIDIA is continuing to press. Meta is posing a bit of a 10-minute bear flag. A little bit of a bear flag on Tesla. NVIDIA's charts posing a bit of a bullish reversal. Amazon's still looking quite bearish, although a little bit oversold. Microsoft still just trending higher. Potential ascending triangle pattern on Microsoft, which is actually bullish. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of weakness in the tape today, right? The equity prices and the Qs are just disguising things. Again, a handful of mega caps are disguising the selling in the market today. ARM starting to come in. We still remain short ARM. Yeah, I mean, I look at my sectors and, you know, semiconductors across the board. I'm scrolling through my semiconductor list and you have AMD negative, Intel's gone negative. Still have the SOX up 0.9. You have the SMH up 1.3. TSM's flat. SMCI's up 10. Micron's up 2. Okta down 1.7. Ambarella down 1.6. Lam Research slightly negative. NXPI slightly negative. ASML down a couple percent. On Semiconductor lagging down 1%. AMAT down 0.5%. NVDA though still up 2.89%. Another strong session for NVDA. Another gap up. Trading into that new all-time high territory. Broadcom seeing a little bit more selling. Oil stocks are coming in now, seeing some weakness creeping back into XOM and oil itself. Oil still trying to hold that falling wedge breakout on the daily chart. SMCI going for a new high of day. VIX is losing some steam here and momentum as the equity markets are trying to firm up here. Bitcoin's still looking heavy. This is just a smoke show. Yep, SMCI is a monster still. 857, continuing to grind. RSI on the 10-minute chart trading at around 83.59, but it does look like it's trying to press for that gap. But, I mean, definitely extended here. I'm still looking for a pullback on SMCI to about 836 before a potential continuation move. So I think we should see a pullback with the market on SMCI. 836 might be around a dip buy for a potential continuation move. Qs are getting gobbled up at literally every little turn here. Qs are getting bought up. Major indices still staying strong. Bitcoin now down 2.5%. MicroStrategy down 6.4%. Coin down 3.9%. Mara down 4.3%. SPY is slightly green, up 0.02%. Silver getting clobbered today, down almost 3%. Gold almost down 1%. Equity markets, not a care in the world. Major indices, not a care in the world. Copper today getting wrecked. Lumber today down. Every sector of the S&P red except for XLK and XLRE. Regional banks suffering, 1.77% down on the session. Materials getting clobbered. Retail getting clobbered. Dow Jones Transport's getting clobbered. Industrial average getting clobbered. SMCI and semiconductors are the bright spot. AVGO still trading sub 1700. SMCI is at 859. That 874 gap is approaching very, very quickly. I'm seeing Microsoft curling down. Google curling down. Amazon looks like it's going to break and make one more new low on the session. Bit of a 10-minute chart bear flag. Meta still is consolidating, putting in a bear flag under the prior day low. That's not a good sign. Seeing Microsoft coming in now. A little bit more bearish price action coming into the tape. QQQ softening a touch here. Still could be a little bit of a bearish flag formation here. And there's still a head and shoulders potential formation that is developing here. We're in the right shoulder precipice. Look at the downward shift coming back into the Qs. Huge divergence between the Russell as well. That's down 1.3% on the Russell, guys. That Russell, every time it catches a bid, just sold into. Catches a bid, sold into. And I mean, the formation on the Russell is looking quite scary. Quite scary. Still holding my arm short off 156, looking to press that lower. QQQ average 476.58. Still think Bitcoin's still trading below 66.5 and falling sharply here on BTC. BTC's triggered a bit of a head and shoulders as well on the hourly formation here. Downside target off of this technical picture, which could play out today, is roughly about between 64 to 63,000. So it does look like Bitcoin's going to fall between 63 to 64,000. Gold are getting clocked by the Dixie. Yeah, gold is getting clocked by the Dixie. But again, you're into this scenario where equities are not really caring. I mean, we have a scenario here where yields are tremendously soft. 10-year yield down 1.5, 30-year down 1.2. Gold and silver still getting wrecked despite soft yields. Bonds are trading today very, very sharply higher. And typically when bonds are seeing strength, you know, we have seen this correlation with the markets just gobbling up every little bit of risk asset when yields are soft, but the Russell's not performing that way, and we have seen a bit of a character shift in the market where the Russell's no longer performing when yields are breaking down. So I think we're getting very close to that potential shift in the market where we could see a move down in the equity markets based off of disinflationary trends putting and applying pressure to the economy. At some point, if we truly accomplish the inflationary fight, the disinflationary trend, the economy will have to weaken. And that's when you obviously see that yield curve can potentially invert, see bonds really catch a skyrocketing bid. But I don't like the fact that the Russell's not really catching a bid here, even though the yields are soft. Looking like it's actually trying to go lower. SMCI is pushing higher, 862 right now. What a monster. Going for that gap fill at 874. QQQ coming down a touch here. Sell side coming in through NVDA, Microsoft, and Meta. Meta's finally looking like it's triggering its bit of a bear flag. Chris just entered the BRTX at 175. Let's take a look at BRTX. So it's up 30% or so. I know we discussed this one earlier. Certainly enough volume there for us. Yeah, it is trying to firm up here in the face of the market, so if you're willing to go long here, I would just keep a tight stop on it, because any sort of a close below this 618 probably sends you down to 155 or even your prior day high. Alright guys, it's now approaching 12 o'clock noon. So I am going to probably grab some lunch because I can feel my belly grumbling here. But just some final thoughts going into the picture here. You have the VIX showing some strength today. That's green. You have the dollar showing strength today. You have yields severely down. Bonds are catching a bid. The Dixie's showing strength even though yields are down. So what is that telling you? Again, yields down, Dixie up. That's not typically what you see. S&P and Russell are teetering between negative territory, where the Russell's down 1.3 and not really performing despite softer yields. Bitcoin and crypto also struggling here, triggering some bearish formations. You do have weakness in Google, down 1.12, Meta down 1, Amazon down 1.5. Really the only stocks that are performing today in the NASDAQ are your semiconductors, a little bit of strength from Microsoft, and a little bit of strength from Apple. NVDA is still up 2.89, Broadcom up 12.9, SMCI up 11.26. Other than that, there's not too many bright spots in the market. Pretty much every single sector is red except for XLK, XLRE. I don't like the fact that regionals are struggling in the face of falling yields. Regional banks down 1.9% and yields are soft today. So a lot of those correlations that support assets moving higher are kind of not really working out, and just be careful. This could be a bit of a bear flag forming on the Qs. We do have that sloppy, choppy head and shoulders, so we want to be mindful. On that note, beautiful job catching those 472 put short that we rode down pretty much right down to the low, over 100% on the trade. We caught a lovely, and we're now starting to see the Qs fall pretty sharply here, guys. QQQ coming in. Nice little decline in the Qs there. We're seeing Microsoft and Google really getting hit hard right now. Amazon curling down, QQQ coming in. Semis are still holding strength. SMCI is not budging. That wants that gap fill on SMCI. Looking like it does want that gap. Broadcom breaking down now, back below its original head and shoulders neckline. Here comes a potential QQQ breakdown, guys. Here we go. This is where we could see the Qs really start to break down. Look at that fall on the Qs, guys. That is Google, Microsoft breaking down, Meta breaking down. That was all Google and Microsoft pretty much. Apple's still okay, Tesla, NVIDIA still okay. So I mean, if we see NVIDIA now give up a lot of this price action, look at this bear flag, guys. We've been discussing this bear flag. It's looking like it's gonna go. It's looking like it's gonna go. I repeat, that bear flag is coming down. If we break this area, that's going to be a nasty break on the Qs. Back below prior day high, not a good sign. We're also back under pre-market low on the Qs. So here comes the bear flag test and setup. NVIDIA really hasn't even been selling. It's still holding strength. So go figure. Big breakdown in the Qs, and semis are still unfazed. Look at NVIDIA, barely selling off. But the sell side did come from Microsoft and Google there. Microsoft, a little bit of a technical breakdown here in the grand scheme of things. Google as well, getting really, really clapped on the downside. Bitcoin starting to go lower, guys. BTC really, really starting to see some momentum to the downside. Meta's starting to look heavy in this price action. Again, I do think the Qs are going to break down here. It's just a matter of, does NVIDIA want to give up some of these gains? We are seeing Broadcom, AVGO starting to sell off. So again, at some point NVIDIA is going to start to lose some steam here. Broadcom in the pre-market, if I flip to the extended hours here, you can see it trigger that original little head and shoulders formation. And now it's back below the neckline. So it had a huge ramp up. We caught a $66 over almost a 4% move. And now it's starting to lose. If you lose pre-market low on Broadcom, that should influence the rest of the semis. Now you're seeing NVIDIA break, guys. You're seeing NVIDIA break. Here we go. This is an interesting sell side level. This is going to get very, very interesting as the Qs get shellacked here. Breaking down. Come on, Qs. Keep falling. You know you want to go. NVIDIA now seeing some selling. Amazon new low of day. Amazon new low of day. Qs, can the Qs go negative, guys? Can they take the QQQ negative today? That is the question. We have the gap fill sitting at 474. Prior day low sitting at 471. If this head and shoulders triggers, which it's doing so very shortly here, we have a downward target of roughly 471.25. Just 1 second, I'm getting a phone call, guys. Guys, take a look at the Dixie new high of day surging here. This should put more pressure on this bear flag pattern on the Qs. Dixie's just absolutely flying to the high side. And what's propelling the Dixie right now? You have to ask yourself. It's certainly not stronger interest rates. So what is propelling the Dixie? Maybe it's just the fact that the Federal Reserve hasn't cut like other central bank policymakers around the world. Maybe it's just people fleeing into the greenback since policy is remaining a little bit tighter for a little bit longer. Maybe people are expecting another wave of inflation. Maybe there's some sort of geopolitical event. But when you have the bond market getting the yield market getting absolutely wrecked here, typically that is what influences the Dixie in the short term. So the fact that we're seeing the Dixie ripping here despite yield soft is very interesting, and it will apply pressure. Yeah, SMCI is just a monster. It's going for that gap fill. SMCI is going for that 874 gap, up 11.85%, just chugging along, candle after candle. It's gonna take a heavy sell side day, or sorry, it's gonna take a profit sell very soon here, SMCI. So just know it's getting extremely extended. Extremely extended. You printed your first negative divergence on the 5-minute chart of SMCI. So it's not going to be immune, but it does look like it wants that gap. You're very, very close. You're very, very close on SMCI. But this dollar, guys, is just absolutely flying to the high side. And I do think that's an issue. That should be an issue for the equity markets. A big, big issue. Qs are still peeling away here, guys. QQQ coming down again. SMCI new high of day. Oil still chugging along. Big bounce in the Qs. Yeah, but it's probably just a dead cat bounce. Going to go lower. That bear flag is very close to triggering. Bear flag very close. All right, guys, we're starting to see Apple breaking down now. It's going down to that pre-market low. So Apple's starting to lose some steam. Amazon's at a point of interest here where I think you could get a scalp long. I'm going to take a break because my belly is telling me I'm hungry. I'm still going to hold my QQQ short, my ARM short. And I still think that this equity market, I still see the Qs going negative. You have the Russell severely underperforming. You have the S&P negative. You have commodities getting sideswiped, gold, silver getting wrecked, dollar just putting higher high after higher high. I think the Qs will break down and go negative. Again, two formations on the Qs. Head and shoulders, very sloppy one here on the 10-minute. You also have a big bear flag. So whichever pattern you want to choose, both are bearish. You have triggered the head and shoulders. You're on the cusp of triggering that bear flag for the Qs. We really haven't seen NVDA give up anything. You've seen Google get wrecked, Meta's struggling, Amazon getting destroyed, Apple now falling off of a little bit of a cliff here on the 10-minute chart, seeing some sellers. Microsoft had a bit of a failure at the prior day high, double top, but really NVIDIA, Broadcom, SMCI, and a couple other semiconductors are keeping a lid on the Qs from truly breaking down. But if we start to see any sort of weakness creep into the semis, that's when the Qs are going to take their next leg down, because you are seeing a whole host of selling. BRTX moving past 181. Nice job. Chris is already up there, about 6 cents on the trade. And that's a small priced equity, so 6 cents doesn't sound like much, but it certainly is a nice percentage move. So nice job there, Chris. Simultaneously, a couple other things to note. GME managing to still hold positive here. I am seeing oil still managing to hold its positive gains, even though the Dixie is pressing here. I'm watching to see if oil holds that prior day high at around 78 bucks. But the Qs are getting very, very close here. GE breaking down. Thank you, mindfulness. Again, whenever you hear mindfulness mentioning a little bit of a bearish situation, that's kind of interesting because he's more of a bull. I've observed his price action and trading style. He's definitely more bullish on names, and whenever you start hearing him call out bear price action, you want to just pay a close attention. Definitely a big breakdown there in GE, losing that 157 high pivot consolidation range. This is probably going to retest its gap fill at 149. I do think that's very, very likely. All right, so I guess the next thing for the market to see, if this chart is to truly break down, NVIDIA is going to have to see some sellers. NVIDIA is going to have to see some sellers. At this point in time, it's not really seeing much selling, but it's still a chance that it could break down from this key area. The Qs are not looking too hot right now. Russell's at the lows, S&P's negative. Apple just went negative itself. Bitcoin bouncing a touch, but we'll see if they want to press semis higher. So far, the semiconductor SOX ETF is outperforming everything. SOX is still up 0.78%. Qs are only up 0.4%, but the Qs have been faded pretty sharply from the highs, so you just want to be mindful that there's quite a bit of selling under the hood of this market. There certainly is a lot of selling under the hood of the market. On that note, thank you all for tuning in. I may be able to peek my head in if something drastic happens. My target on the Qs, guys, for this day trade, I'm looking to cover. If we flush into this gap, I'm looking to cover my short. And then obviously, I still think that there's a chance, a lotto chance, that we can test this 471.29 if things get really nasty. But it's going to have to take NVIDIA to break down. And look for SMCI. As soon as SMCI starts to fade away, that could be telling you that, you know what, maybe the semis are also going to see some more declining price. Because for now, even though the Qs have pulled back from the highs in a very, very sharp way, that SMCI chart has just been chugging along, candle after candle, putting in higher high after higher high despite the Qs breaking lower. Dixie just made a new high of day. Again, gold, silver getting absolutely wrecked right now. Absolutely wrecked. Yep, SMCI is about to fill that gap. That's a bit of a short setup. SMCI at that gap fill is definitely a good risk to reward setup. There goes the Qs, guys. Bear flag being triggered. Bear flag being triggered. Sell side now coming into NVIDIA. Now coming into NVIDIA. Imagine if they try to take NVIDIA red over the next few hours. What that would do to the Qs. That's really how we get this downward target, is if NVIDIA goes red. So looking for this bear flag to continue lower. Again, you'll have some support in this previous little FOMC range where you can see we kind of made a high breakout backtest failure, but there will be some support there. On that note, thank you all for tuning in. I will try to peek my head in a little bit later, but I need to get some food because I'm getting hungry here. So nice job on our QQQ puts, shorts. I'm still riding this one. Since we're now in the money on the Qs, I'll just monitor this with a break-even stop, and basically I'm looking for this gap fill cover. Okay, guys? All right, we'll see you all a bit later. Be careful of this market. It's looking, I might as well stay here. We're falling pretty sharply here. Very sharply and very quickly. Look at that, QQQ. You break this low pivot, I mean, it's going to be a waterfall sell-off on the Qs, guys. There will be a little bit of a waterfall sell-off on the Qs. SMCI coming just shy of that gap fill, seeing some sellers off this region. GME still pressing up 6. Oil's gone flat now. ARM still holding that 156 short. NVIDIA getting a nice bounce, but this pattern should go lower, guys. This pattern should go lower on the Qs. The Dixie's just way too strong right now. Go figure, the Dixie's almost about to recapture its entire CPI dump. And on a weekly chart basis, I mean, the Dixie weekly chart is looking quite bullish again As of now, if we closed here, the Dixie chart's looking extremely bullish. ARM, SMCI coming in, NVIDIA seeing some more selling, Apple now under pre-market low, Google new low. Sorry, no new low on Google, but it's nearing the lows. Meta did make a new low. So you're seeing a lot of weakness creeping back into this equity market. A lot of weakness. ARM is getting sold into, guys. That's a nice little trade for us as well. I still think ARM can probably retest about 151 today. It's trading at 154. Here comes the QQQ backtest of the channel. NVIDIA's really struggling here, guys. No gap fill on SMCI. Big reversal there ahead of that gap on SMCI. Things could be looking to go negative in the market, guys. Qs are looking to break down here. S&P down 0.2% now. Russell down 1.5%. This is all happening while yields are soft. While you had a blistering move in Broadcom. Yeah, these markets could really dump into the end of the week, right? They absolutely could. Oil just went negative. That's a little bit of supportive for the equity markets to Alright guys, I'm going to step away. Thank you all for tuning in. Please hit that like down below and just manage your positions accordingly. It does look like we're going to be trending lower in the markets. You've had extension moves in a lot of semis. You've had a dollar making a bullish weekly reversal. Shorting nat gas here. Trader 586 is shorting nat gas. We've already accumulated a KOLD position. We took our first trim today of roughly just over 9%. Right now we're up over 10% on our KOLD position with members. So we're already there with your Trader 586. Nat gas is going through a bit of distribution here. Again, I'm looking for NVIDIA to break this trend line. If NVIDIA breaks this trend line, prior day high is your next support along with pre-market low. There will be some support there, but that's pretty much what's going to get the Qs to this gap fill, and that is my profit zone on the QQQ short that we're holding. I would look to cover half here, move stops to in the money, and then let the runners ride. But look at the Qs dumping here, guys. Look at it. And keep in mind, we're still holding that lotto put, right? We're still holding that lotto put on the Qs. New lows on the Qs, guys. Look at that. That lotto put is starting to move in favor. NVIDIA breaking lower. SMCI. Look at SMCI dump. Holy. Yep, mindfulness meditation. Long SOXS is a great trade here. SMCI is getting slaughtered. Markets are getting slaughtered there, guys. QQQ absolutely getting demolished here. Hard to step away when you're seeing such immense volatility. I've been saying for the last 20 minutes I need to step away and eat. And then we just get some crazy action here in everything. Markets are really starting to see some selling. Really seeing some selling now in the semis. This is where things get really nasty in the Qs, guys. This is where things get, because you're seeing breakdowns and profit taking coming back into the semis. We're still holding ARM. We're still holding Qs. We're still holding... Holy, look at this fall. Amazon. New low of day down 2.15%, getting absolutely demolished. Amazon's now hitting its daily chart 50 MA. There could be a bounce here, guys. There could be a bounce here. Wow, look at that. Yeah, bearish that SMCI never filled that gap. Just came shy, right? So this is where SMCI should be defended. 847-ish. Could make another push, but these markets are just too weak, I think, in the near term. Just a little bit too weak. But that's not healthy price action in the Qs. Again, head and shoulders, bear flag, both have triggered. Take your pick. Calculate your measured moves and watch the price action unfold, because things are looking a little bit exhausted here. Remember, we had that 3-bar surge, double gap down on the SOXS, looked a little exhaustive. Dixie just trending here to the upside. Things are looking quite interesting from a sell side day. I mean, just extraordinary sell side pressure across the equity markets. NVIDIA getting a really big bid here as the Qs are stabilizing. Alright guys, thank you all for tuning in. We'll hop back on the live stream if anything crazy happens, but I'm just going to let these positions ride because I do think that there's a bit more downside. Simultaneously, while we're seeing the equity markets decline and the dollar press higher, oil trying to be defended and going back to the green side. So not a positive catalyst for the market is if the dollar's trending and oil's also trending. That's kind of a double headwind for the equities. And it does look like the Qs are going to be going red today, guys. So the old infamous gap and crack. And what's really crazy, guys, if the Qs go negative, you could easily go much lower. Institutions love to do the gap up to new all-time highs. Then they sell it off. And when you go when you go flatline, a lot of people are just going to be trying to buy this gap here. There's going to be a ton of people sitting at this gap fill waiting to go long. And often institutions, whenever you gap and crack, you could get a minor bounce here, but often whenever they gap and crack and they know people are waiting at that break even zero boundary point, that gap fill, they often will push it right through that zone. So just recognize that gap and cracks can fall and create a lot more sell side pressure. It does not instill confidence in the market when you lose a major bullish gap up. We've had a fundamental backdrop of semis pressing day after day, and it's finally looking like that might be coming to a bit of a head here with a new all-time high price on the Qs getting reversed and sold into. Of course, you still have strength in Broadcom and NVIDIA, SMCI and Tesla, so you obviously want to give the markets the benefit of the doubt at key technical levels, but I do think the Qs have a very likely possibility of going negative today. She likes that always heard gap and crack. Yeah. Alright guys, thank you all. Meta new lows. Alright, we'll see you a bit later, guys. Hey guys, just quickly jumping back on here. Obviously, we've seen the Qs never ever really fulfilling the downside target of this pattern. Still just chopping sideways right back to kind of that bearish top of the bearish wedge here. Still stuck under prior day high means that you could have a bearish sell-off. If you recapture prior day high late into the close here into power hour, you're probably going to have a short squeeze. But as long as you stay under prior day high, there's still a chance of another sell-off to that gap fill. You've seen the S&P flip back to the positive. The Russell's firmed up. Really strength coming back into the semis. You've seen Apple holding pre-market low. Microsoft staging a little bit of a bounce. SMCI, a couple others have still continued to squeeze higher here. Seeing oil still stuck around that 78.50 a barrel. Nat gas has been continuing to come down. Some GME action pushing GME up to new highs, 12.8% on the session right now, 13% positive. So you're still seeing some positive strength across the market in some individual stocks and ETFs. But when you look at the sectors, majority of sectors still red. But you have had things firm up off the low with XLY, XLU, XLRE, XLP, and XLK staging a little bit of some positive price action. So as of now, I still remain a little bit more bearish on the Qs for the intraday price action, considering you're putting in high, lower high, lower high. The question is, are we going to take out this low and put in a lower low? So again, any sort of price action back under that pre-market high, pre-market low on the Qs. We're still trading under pre-market low on that prior day high, and that's technically a little bit bearish. So as of now, I still think there could be a sell-off into the close, but just be careful. If you recapture prior day high, then we could see a bit of a bullish push and continuation. I'm going to end the stream a little bit earlier here. I have a few things to take care of, but nice job trading initially on the session. ARM printed for us. We caught a nice trade on NVDA, caught a nice short on the Qs. But overall, again, the equity markets across the mega cap tech land still showing their resiliency. But again, you should expect the NASDAQ and big cap tech to hold their positive price action, especially when you factor in how soft the yields have been. The only concerning part is that commodities across the board have reacted pretty much negatively to this US dollar surging. The dollar pulling back from the highs right now, but it's looking like it's potentially setting up a little bit of an intraday 10-minute bull flag pattern, maybe to press for the new high of day attempt. So if the dollar firms up here and gets back above that 105.22 level, you could see a bit more of a sell side pressure in the equity markets again. Overall, thank you all for tuning in, and we will see you tomorrow. Take care, everybody. Yeah, you would think Intel would catch a bit. Intel's just been, honestly, not doing much of anything. Adobe earnings after the bell, that'll be interesting. So we'll continue to watch that. Adobe right now is struggling, not really participating in the NASDAQ. A couple things to note: Apple's gone negative, Microsoft teetering between positive and negative, AMD negative. You still have strength in SMCI, AVGO, Tesla, NVIDIA. So enough there to lift the markets. Meta, Google, Amazon have been pretty much struggling all day. Okay, that LGVN still up about 73%. Other than that, it's just been a mixed market tape with strength across the semiconductors. Weakness in the broad market, strength in the semis. That's kind of a narrative and situation that we've been well versed in over the last 12, 24 months. Weakness everywhere else, strength in semis. On that note, thank you all for tuning in. We'll see you in a bit later.